of being known or talked about by many people, especially on account of notable achievements. Laboratory, a room or building equipped for scientific experiments, research or teaching, or for manufacture of drugs or for chemicals. But in this case, it's dope music. Fame, the state of being known or talked about by many people, especially on account of notable achievements. Laboratory, a room or building equipped for scientific experiments, research or teaching, or for manufacture of drugs or for chemicals. But in this case, it's dope music. Fame, the state of being known or talked about by many people, especially on account of notable achievements. Laboratory, a room or building equipped for scientific experiments, research or teaching, or for manufacture of drugs or for chemicals. But in this case, it's dope music.
Oh. Josh Sam and Jason Rosario TV. Y'all was on the class today? Class today was wild stuff. Oh yeah. After that's what I was just doing. I saw where y'all just came on, and I was actually experimenting with something, trying to see how I was gonna show the after class stuff, cause that was like a lot of signs too, where uh, you almost need narration for that, man.
It's 3 o'clock.
You would have liked it, Jason Rosario, but I gotta edit that up. That wasn't anything that was said ain't for everybody. Got people that they don't have the same levels of understanding. But I'm a chop out some parts. I gotta. Hey, Jasim, did you catch that part? That's gonna be. It's gonna be real records. It's gonna be real records' favorite part. I was trying to figure out, man. I gotta. Oh yeah, nah, that was a whole other thing there. Yeah, the Jan Sports strings. Listen, that right there, I'm never gonna forget that. Jan Sports strings. Nah, I'm talking about the part when I asked Shasha what Allah said about the 2 million Indians. He said that Jan Sports strings is crazy, man. Y'all don't even understand. Um, um, nah, I think. Well, yeah, that was after a while. That was after he. That was after he spoke on all the other stuff. But yeah, I was on here experimenting, and then I saw a whole bunch of people came on the live. But so I just that's why I came back on. But yeah, that was crazy, man. I didn't know he was gonna say all that. That's the that's the science of live TV. That's the science of live TV. When you came in, Jocelyn, what we was talking about? Let me see. Was that? Yeah, I think that might have been after when he was talking about. Uh, he was talking about how Justice and Black Messiah and Uhura and Bishmi, how they built the nation back. Now, actually, yeah, that part was before I asked him about the two main Indians, and that's matter one. That's how you spell that. That was a lot of science right there, man. He covered a lot of years. Sincere born Asiatic, peace. You was in the class just a while ago. They used to have to, yeah, yeah. You talking about the part when he was talking about it was nine brothers at the rally. That's what I be telling y'all though, man. It's ebbs and flows. You know what I'm saying? When you've been around for a long time, when you've been around for a long time, you see the ebbs and flows. It don't bother you. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of times people get frustrated, like, yo, why everybody not get, like, I didn't seen. Um, what you mean it was a crack in the continuum? when you say God years or so to really get it together, what that means. I'm gonna be editing it. I'm gonna be editing it real quick. That's gonna be Jason Rosario. That's gonna be one of the first. Cause when I chop it up, it's gonna make a couple of videos tomorrow. But I'm trying to figure out a way where I could do the live. I gotta do it where I'm cutting it off. Like we are watching it and I could cut it off and build and then come back. But I gotta figure out. Shot born intelligent peace. Yeah, that sounds. That's what I was just telling the brothers, man. That was crazy. I didn't expect him to say all that. W. Patterson, peace. That's a new person right there. What's going on? Musa D, what's the signs? But yeah, man, that was a lot of signs he went over there with justice, man. But Jason Rosario, he was talking about his own particular story, you know what I'm saying, of uh, you know, having that type of heritage of being in a nation. Rob Bourne understanding a lot. Cypher King's physical. Oh, this Rob Bourne right here. This a brother. This a brother that I taught at the same time with Cypher King. Back when all I had was the mathematics. It's the science, black man. Yeah, I know who it is, man. I just never could recall your righteous name. That's why I could never really ask for you. Hey, Allah, what's going on? So Jashem said for brothers to really believe in their own power and carry on in the name of Allah to make his vision manifest. Now, that's not what he was saying. Is that he's saying that you know, everything, was really, rolling perfectly well from day one. You know what I'm saying? But when the law returned to the essence, you know what I'm saying? You know, see when they got the knowledge, right? They met a man who showed and proved that he was Allah. You understand what I'm saying? So the same way that I tell y'all that, you gotta show and prove who you are, and then people see that in you. You see what I'm saying? So the same way a lot of y'all brothers out there, you know, y'all in situations where, you lost touch with the brother that gave you the knowledge before you came to full understanding of everything what he was teaching you. That happened to us as a nation. So everybody wasn't fully prepared, you know what I'm saying, at that point. Everybody didn't understand the lessons that he was telling them. You know what I'm saying? Like during that whole year, he was telling them, after this, you know what I'm saying, after this year, XYZ thing, you see what I'm saying? But at that time, it basically, you could say it took that year, right, for the leadership to emerge from us. You know what I'm saying? The leadership to emerge out of those first brothers. You know what I'm saying? To see, a lot of things started manifesting. One thing that he left out, before the Sean proof, I'm gonna bring somebody on and talk about that too. They had a party. It was a party that they had, and everybody showed up to the party again. And that was kind of what, sparked it back up. By that time, things that Allah had told them was starting to show and prove itself. You know what I mean? Such as, if you want to see me, come back together. So when they all came back together, and that, brothers start seeing that, we not going to have a leader no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was one of the things he was saying, that, brothers was looking at justice and different things. You see what I'm saying? But, the full realization, is, the eggs gotta hatch. You know what I'm saying? You can't stay under the hen forever and come to full development. You know what I'm saying? But it didn't take, from 1964 to 1971, he's saying. You know what I'm saying? There was people that picked up the pieces already when he went to Mattawan. You know what I'm saying? That was one of the things he said, that, when the law went in, it's 200 or 300 brothers. When he come out, it's 2,000 or 3,000 at least. You see what I'm saying? So, in terms of the crack in the continuity, yeah, I could see that. You know what I mean? That, not so much in the continuity of the people who knew what the truth was. You know what I'm saying? But a crack in the continuity of the development of the nation. You know what I'm saying? It's not a lot of people that got the knowledge in 1970. Like, just in general, so, in terms of that, you know what I'm saying? But the black man was still God. It was just that a lot of people that was still taking things on face value. That event, you know what I'm saying, when that occurred, it took a while for some people to see that, Allah really didn't die. Shaborn Intelligence said, justice history is important, and now Allah real not here. We need him and others to build more. Yeah. But see, with me, that could be flawed too, you know what I'm saying, my point of view, but with me, it's like, certain history is for people that understand. You know what I'm saying? See, like that's one of the things that happens, on the internet. You know what I mean? That you got a lot of history out there that's out of the context. But that was some science right there. He dropped who Urban Gorilla. You was in the what's the name? You was in the civilization class live. Hey, Allah, you was he got what it is. He went in, man. Yeah, I'm gonna be chopping it up, Urban Gorilla. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna keep all the footage. I don't know how I'm gonna, but you know, I like the history to remain a certain way. Like we gotta, just in general speaking, right? Speaking in general, we gotta make our own heroes. You know what I'm saying? And what that means is, when we commemorate the history, we gotta put things in perspective. You know what I'm saying? Like when America tells the history of George Washington, they put things in perspective. If they tell you the history of the Civil War, they put things in the whole perspective of, people was, it wasn't necessarily, like General Robert E. Lee. They put him in the perspective of, it wasn't, necessarily that he was with slavery or he was with the stuff in the South, you know, but, at that time, it was about loyalty. So he had to make a choice between loyalty to the country or loyalty to his state of Virginia. And at that time, the states had the states had, it was a more powerful concept which state you was from than the federal government. You see, they put it in context of why that happened. All of the people, all the soldiers in the South, they was fighting for their way of life. See what I'm saying? So see, those of us that, we from a certain background, we hear certain things, and it don't affect us. Like the guy's saying right there, yeah, that's that real knowledge. You see what I'm saying? But a lot of other people, they not gonna be able to understand that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, uh, right now, a lot of things that Allah said, like for instance on the Otisville tape, right? A lot of things that he said on there is all out in the atmosphere. And people got all different degrees of misunderstanding, you know what I'm saying, about what was said and what was meant, you know what I'm saying, on that tape. See, that's what happens when a lot of knowledge get out there, man, that people don't understand. So that's why, you know, I took I took the last part down. You know, some things is for public consumption. You know, we can't get too carried away with this content stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because even Justice Son, he been in contact. You know what I'm saying? You know, some of that stuff in there, I would want to run that past him before I just leave it up. You know what I'm saying? But that was some jewels, man. That was some jewels right there. Look, I had some other stuff I was gonna ask you. Look, and when I left him, right? He said he didn't even finish telling me the story. He said when I see him by Sunday we gotta walk and talk. He gonna drop the rest of it on me. But the thing about that, um, you know, starting not be that many brothers left, man, that walk with Allah, man. Starting to be not that many left, man. Or if they around, if they here, I don't know where they at. They not around. You know what I'm saying? They didn't. In terms of the people who really held the fort, because you walk around and you find people to tell you like, yeah, they once upon a time walked with Allah. You know what I'm saying? He dropped some signs. He dropped some signs on Ibika too. Did you catch that? Yeah. That was some good Ibika. But you gotta give Ibika credit. You know what I'm saying? I look, Ibika he's the first 5%. Like there was other people that was with Allah, but he was the first young dude that he met out in the street, and he played his part. John Simpson, I think a lot of that might have been done. Just went in and out somehow. We gotta get Allah Supreme on there. We gotta get Allah Supreme on there. Yeah, yeah, I don't know what happened with that. I gotta hit up some people that be on here and see what program they use to do this stuff. Born King said a lot of brothers made sacrifices for us to be here. When the God said justice gave up his career, we need to be grateful. Yeah, see, and Jassim said I saw a video a while back where Inf built with Azrael. That was deep too. Yeah, see, Inf, he put a lot of stuff on there where I'll be like, listen, man, you gotta see, because what happens when too much stuff goes on there, right? Without perspective, then people think they know. And when somebody think they know, then you can't tell them. You know what I'm saying? And even worse than you can't tell them, when a person think they know, then you know you're not gonna have no spark for positive elevation to correct errors, because you know what I'm saying? Like I said, when you give people 120 lessons at one time, then they think they got 120. Like back in the days, sometimes we say like, yo, you got 120? Say, yeah, I got 120. You ask your brother to quote the degree, oh, no, I got it at the rest. I ain't got it on cap. You see, a lot of that stuff, at least for me, I'm that type of person. Maybe it's just my personal preference, you know what I mean? But some things, that's our family history. Highs, E's. You know what I'm saying? So I'll be aware of what I put on here, you know what I'm saying? Keep it 100. A lot of things happen. It's not for TV. But yeah, justice. What justice was what they call those people? They make a lot of money too doing that stuff. Was it a merchant marine? Not merchant marine. What they call those people that work over on the docks? Yeah, it is merchant marine. Yeah, longshoreman. Yeah, I thought he was a longshoreman. Or is that the same thing? I don't even know. Almighty True said, not on cap was never accepted in my time. Private stock is a must not for everybody. Yeah, that. Yeah, a lot of things, that started being accepted. That started being accepted. When the ciphers started dying down. Because really, that's when I first really started seeing people. It wasn't until maybe like 90, 91, I started seeing people with the whole 120 and they don't know it. Cause somewhere around that time, they start giving out copies at the school. Allah says grandfather was a longshoreman once upon a time. 793rd said longshoreman. That's what my grandpops was. Peace. You was on the live 793rd on the class live. Guy went in, man. I asked him a question. He hit us with the real. Oh man. I was like, see, I gotta go back and edit this, man. I thought you was going I thought he was gonna give me the summary, man. He went in depth. We're gonna get some more people though. We're gonna get some more people, man. Some more of justice people. The new brothers in here. Did y'all catch that science about wisdom knowledge? Jason Rosario TV. Jasim. Who else in here? Musadeep. Did y'all catch that part? Tommy Robinson, peace. Did y'all catch the part, man, about wisdom knowledge? Yeah. I thought we was gonna get more into that. You know, I'm thinking about how I might do. Oh yeah, that you caught that science too, Bar King, Born King. While I see the cipher B. Yeah, that's a. See, I knew about that from being in school. That was that's like some old school science right there. Yeah, Tommy Robinson caught it. Never put the wisdom before the knowledge. See Jason Rosario TV when you know that part of the live is still there. That part of the live is still there. But it's basically, man, that be very careful, right? When you're dealing with wisdom knowledge. Because wisdom knowledge does not born understanding. Anytime you put the wisdom before the knowledge, whatever you're dealing with is not going to be born alive. You may be able to create a temporary stage of illusion, but when all reality, come to fruition, you're going to see that in reality that don't exist. Yeah, you can't look for something you don't know. See, that's the type of thing, like, what's one of my, what would you say? It's not like a pet peeve, but it's just something where, like, when somebody say, well, I don't know, but all I'm saying is this. But if you don't know, why you talking? You know, somebody be like, yo, when you back, yo, why you did that? Oh, I didn't know what it was. So I just moved it all the way over there. Why'd you do that? Yo, hey, look, that's like somebody pull off of your truck. You like, yo, what's wrong with you, man? Oh, I didn't know whose it was. I pulled off it. Yeah, I never understood why people do that, man. Well, I didn't know, but I got all this to say. I said, that's my pops. Yeah, I never understood that. Yeah, that's put the wisdom before the knowledge, man. You know what I'm saying? King Supreme, peace. You know what I'm saying? And we didn't get to that level because I asked the guy the question, and then we got those other jewels. You understand what I'm saying? But that's dealing with the two pieces steel too. That's dealing with the two pieces steel. See, what Yakub noticed is that the wrong piece of steel had magnetic. I said, his pop move stuff and ask you where he put it. Yeah, I see that one too, man. Yeah, how I supposed to know? Hey, where my keys at? How I supposed to know it's your keys? Ah. Yeah, that's a good saying right there, Urban Gorilla. From the first time I heard that one, I like that one. It's better to keep your mouth closed and be thought of as a fool than open your mouth and remove all doubt. Jasim said, can't you gain knowledge from your own manifestation when building with a newborn? What you mean? Gain knowledge from your own manifestation. But yeah, that's dealing with the two pieces steel. You know what I'm saying? When the wrong piece of steel got the magnetic for the wrong reason. When the wrong piece of steel got the magnetic for the wrong reason, and the wrong person is being drawn up. That's what Yakub law is. Well, yeah, you could learn something new from making it walk and talk, but see, just by you saying that you making it walk and talk, there's already knowledge already exists that you're making walk and talk. You see what I'm saying? That walking and talking is wisdom, but it's got to be manifesting something. See, that's why I said that. Look, the only way that work, right? Wisdom, knowledge, is when you use that to say wise man. See, because a wise man, by definition, does the knowledge. See, but you know, even when you're dealing with walking and talking, you know what I'm saying? Depending upon what degree you talking about, you know what I mean? There's always things, right, that's not seen by the naked eye. You know what I'm saying? And just saying that it's not seen by the naked eye, that don't mean that, it's like air. It's just, like, you don't see when people practice, right? You don't see that with the naked eye. You know what I'm saying? Like, the brother ALR, you know what I'm saying? He drive the trucks, you know what I mean? And when he went to the driving school and you know what I'm saying, all the different things, you don't see that with the naked eye. You just see him pulling in to the whistling. You see what I'm saying? So even if a person see you walking and talking and you manifesting God, right, it's still certain things they don't see with the naked eye. They can see that it's a difference. They can see certain fruit, but the root of it is under the ground. You know what I'm saying? And even if you know that root is under the ground, you don't know the full extent. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got some trees, some plants that the root system is more extensive than what you see over the ground. So even when you say that you gain knowledge, right, from watching it walk and talk, that's still, you got to be a wise man. That still means that you put the knowledge before the wisdom. You know what I'm saying? That you know what I'm saying, you keep it in mind that, whatever I see somebody walking and talking, you know what I'm saying, there's parts that I'm not seeing with the naked eye. You know what I'm saying? This is just the fruition of something that they was doing. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? You see a person, they walk down the aisle with their diploma at graduation, but you don't see with the naked eye all the homework they was doing, whatever studying they was doing. You know what I'm saying? But when you got that in mind, you a wise man. And there's no way for you to do that without putting the knowledge first. But when I mean, in purely mathematical terms, 2 and 1 is 3. But just be very aware that wisdom knowledge don't bring about understanding. Right? See, Tommy Robinson said an iceberg as a reference to the naked eye. You understand what I'm saying? What is it? Two-thirds of an iceberg is under the water. See, that's one of the things you could easily gloss over. Something you could easily gloss over. Wisdom, knowledge, born is understanding. Now, at best, it borns misunderstanding. Sadiq said that's high science. Yeah, keeping the knowledge before the wisdom is high science. Jasim said, so then why is wisdom knowledge the universe? I was thinking it was because universe is knowledge in itself through wisdom. I mean, See, you using mathematics right there, right? So I understand that, right? But see, even what you say right there, right? The action of creation, right? Like you said, now in the universe, right? When we talking about the physical realm, right? This is where you got the possibilities for mistakes. See, like I said, if you're not very careful, right, about how you bring things into existence, if you bring things into existence, right, without thinking very carefully about how you applying the knowledge, then you putting the wisdom before the knowledge. You see what I'm saying? It's just like in your mind, right? You know certain things, you have certain plans, but then when you speak it, you understand what I mean? That's where the potential for errors come in. If you put the wisdom before the knowledge, if you speaking faster than you think, you know what I mean? If you speaking before you think, you understand what I'm saying? It's not, like I said, it's not necessarily, to say that, but you know how, when you in the Christian world or whatever world, and you always say, why is, why is, why is the world so messed up? You know what I'm saying? Like, why do all these different things happen? You know what I'm saying? That's, negative to innocent people or whatever. All that's, Jasim said, I'm tracking, add on if you will. What do you mean? Tommy Robinson said, judging a book by its cover. Take things on face value. Or doing the knowledge. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But that's the signs when you deal with, when you get into, the physical realm. You know what I'm saying? So, just like when you create your universe or your family, you know what I'm saying? You gotta be very careful to keep the knowledge before the wisdom. Like, see, we was in the class, that example was even there. The brothers are sitting there, right? They come to class, I ask them, what degrees you knowledge, right? So the brother says, yo, he knowledge the power degree in the 1 to 10. Like I said, look, I'm bad with names, but I'm good with degrees. So I happen to know that, look, last week, you had the whole 1 to 10 on cap. I remember you quoted the knowledge ad degree. So then he's like, yeah, I know it, but, you know what I'm saying? I'm not that confident with saying it. See, when he goes to manifest his knowledge, that's where you can slip up. Up here, you got it perfect. So you have to be careful that you're actually wisdom in your knowledge. Like if you doing something, whatever it is, see, after a while you start freestyling when you internalize the knowledge of it. But when you doing something right and you don't know what you're doing, what you always do, you check back the instructions. You know what I'm saying? You check back the instructions. You know, if you learning your lessons and you quote it, then what you do, you check back the knowledge and make sure that you guys say right there, that you speaking what you knowledged. Because if you just keep going on wisdom, then things is going to go left. You see what I'm saying? Like the brother said, when you speaking what you know, now you applying yourself as a wise man. But anytime you try to tickle the keys in some other way, where you can cajole the two, it's like, you know, not all the way, it's like halfway in front. Nah. God Bell, peace. So that's something, you know, that you gotta be aware on of when you building on mathematics, right? Because who caught the part when I asked what's our law? See, Yakub's law is unlike attract and like repel. Somebody loud eating. Yeah, the law is mathematics. You got that right. But in terms of that degree, see, our law is like attract and unlike get repelled. Yeah, that's right too. Our law is to teach civilization to all the human families. But when you dealing with from our founder, like Yakub, you know what I'm saying? It's they founder, you know what I'm saying? What's the basic law that just in reference to that degree? Meaning, because look, we know that Yakub had other rules and regulations, right? Including other laws, right? For when he was manufacturing the devil. So, what did Yakub do, right? What did Yakub do, right? When say, to make devil, what must one first do? Who in here, who know the answer to that? To make devil, what must one first do? Josh is crazy. So let me reference my instructions. See why we can't be or the internet? Now, Urban Gorilla said grab from the original, right? Now look, in order to grab, right? It says Yakub separated the brown germ from the black germ, then grafted it into white by destroying the black germ. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody's correct. Grafting. But the first step in grafting is separating. See, if I'm a black seed, right, and somebody's a brown seed, gotta be separated. You understand what I'm saying? But now, what do we have to do to build what we dealing with? We gotta come together in terms of the black and the brown, in terms of the old and the young, in terms of male and female, whatever it is. We ain't supposed to separate. That's why our law is like attract, unlike repel. See, Allah didn't separate us up. He brought us together. You see how you gotta pay attention to that wisdom knowledge degree very carefully? Because you will be doing things that you don't realize is wrong. And what that coincide with, right? What's today's degree in the 1 in 36? Well, I don't know how many of y'all go by midnight. I go by sunrise myself. But whatever, however you do it, I'm not a stickler about that. As long as you know what you say it is. But we dealing with the wisdom knowledge degree, and what I'm talking about, what's the wisdom knowledge degree in the 1 in 36? It's a little jammed up. You got that right, but that's worded a little bit differently than mine. Mine says, do you mean to tell me that some of the 17 million do not know they are Muslims? You know what I'm saying? But it's saying that, look, who's that? That's somebody, right, who's not aware that the wisdom has been put before the knowledge. They're not aware of that. That the colored man, right, is saying that he's the most high. And the original man is being called a colored man. That God is worshiping a mystery God. That's somebody who's not paying attention to whether the knowledge is before the wisdom or the wisdom is before the knowledge, because they don't even know who they are. If you don't know who you are, you definitely putting the wisdom before the knowledge, because you got to know that first. You gotta do the knowledge to that. You know what I'm saying? See, that's the same thing like I was saying in the class about brothers who, brothers who they don't study their lessons, right? And they come around and say, I don't need to study the lesson because I am the lesson. I live the lessons. Yeah, but how you know if you who is the original man or what is the real devil? How you know? If you ain't really, how do you know? Because both of them is in the lessons. Are you who is the original man or what is the real devil? Josh said every time I come in tune, I always get my marching orders without anybody saying anything. Yeah, see, that's because you have a personality. What I was telling people, man, that see, you know, when when you in any cipher, but you dealing with the cipher of gods, right? You know that a cipher is only as strong as the weakest person in it. And see, certain people, they already have a cream mentality that the cream, they always rise to the top. You see what I'm saying? And there's some people that they not gonna be the weak link. You know what I'm saying? And some people, that's just the way they are. See, that's when it sparks within you, that's one of the things that sparks. That's one of the things you get sparked up to, man. It definitely was something that, I saw, when I first came into the cipher. Yeah, Urban Gorilla said, if you don't have knowledge of self, you can never perceive anything of importance correctly. Yeah, so if you don't got knowledge of self, you in a constant state of putting the wisdom before the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? What Urban Gorilla just dropped right there. You in a constant state of putting the wisdom before the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, though, when I first came in the cipher, you know what I'm saying, as a young guy, and I'm looking, I could see that some brothers is, you like a weak link. Like just as a young brother coming in, and I'm looking at everybody and what they manifested. So, to me, everybody here is dropping things that I don't know except you. Like you know what I'm saying? You start noticing that, some of these brothers know 120 and some of them don't. You start noticing that, if you don't understand something in the degrees, right? Alright, let me ask this brother. But this brother, I'm not gonna ask him. Because he's a weak link. And I don't want to be the weak link, so why would I learn from him? You know what I'm saying? Even like, within your family, you know what I'm saying? Some brothers, they okay with being a weak link. You know what I'm saying? And then, as the black man, what I teach is we the foundation of everything. So if the foundation is the link that's weak. Matter of fact, Tommy Robinson just put it right there. Knowledge is the foundation, which is the original man. But in everything, you know what I'm saying? What you say right there in terms of, getting your marching orders, you know what I'm saying? And see, that's another science too. You know what I'm saying? Is that, like I was saying, you know, God doesn't need further instructions. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, knowledge is infinite, and you always gonna learn. You know what I'm saying? And if you keep experiencing, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna come in tune with new things. You know what I'm saying? That you need to learn how to use the new remote or whatever like that. God Bill said, peace, I just joined the chat. However, every time the math is wisdom knowledge, I always explain to people how we put our women before us. Now I'm not sure if you touch on that. You know, if y'all could tell, I try to avoid these kind of topics because you know, y'all could tell it's not too much women that come on my chats because see I don't teach that goddess stuff. Jassim said part of why I love the nation is that science. If I spent too much time of my life building my house on sand. Yeah, matter of fact, let me finish that point that I was making with Jassim is that, you might have to learn how to, use a new remote or something. But see, God doesn't need instructions. You see what I'm saying? So like how you said, man, all you gotta do is see what's right or hear what's right, and then it sparks up in you. See, religious people, they need to be told, look, you gotta do this right here this many times a day. Come back here on Sunday. I'm gonna give you some bread and some wine, and everything will be all right. Now, God Bill, he went into some deep science, but like I said, see, I don't teach that God is science, so I already know, and at this point, there's a whole train of thought, you know what I'm saying, and about people being too hard on the black woman. And a lot of times once you start getting on that topic, it gets all. But I'm saying we can deal with it though. It's not like I'm scared. Plus, they already know, they got a list. I don't know if y'all know that. The goddesses, they got a list. The goddesses got a list of people that they don't say that around. I'm on the list. So he said that every time the math is wisdom knowledge, I always explain to people how we put our women before us. Now, when you say put our women before us, what do you mean by that? And you said, now I know most guys don't consider their women to be wisdom. All right. Here's the thing. This is gonna sound funny. This is going to sound like semantics. The woman is wisdom, but wisdom is not the woman. Let me explain and show you what I'm saying. In the black family, right, you have man, woman, and child. Knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, right? In the black family, she's that second factor. And what's second is wisdom. But I had wisdom in order to draw the woman up. If you didn't use wisdom, then what you use? Because that's going to be limited, right? If you use, what, riches? So just to let you know that that's why we say wisdom is not the woman. Like if we say wisdom is wise words, right? Word is bond. Word is life. That's not the woman. In your family, your woman is your wisdom. She's not my wisdom. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why the woman is our wisdom in our cipher, but wisdom is not the woman. Now he said, I'm not saying they're goddess because I don't agree with that verbiage. Don't worry, God, I will make it up to the school to build with you. That's peace. But when you say put the woman before us, all right, let's say Lakira. What's going on, Lakira? Bill said basically we make decisions to please our women knowing it's detrimental to our future. We know what's right and exact, however, we second guess ourselves just to put smiles on their faces. God Bill said, I'm glad you broke that down about wisdom because that's how I see it. Yeah. Hopefully everybody else in the room caught that too. Black Sea said what you said was wisdom. Wait a minute, let me get back. All right, now look. So God Bill, what you saying, right, is this is something I got into. I think it was last night when I was saying that. Have you ever noticed that when you look at the Wisdom Bill degree, right, it don't tell you nothing about the father. Because Yaqub is the father of the devil. You understand what I'm saying? It only tells you what he told her mother. Like anybody out here who's a father, right? Imagine, you down in the delivery room, you walk in, something's happening with the baby and ain't nobody telling you nothing. We about to turn up in here. So, that's a certain signs that we see in action right now, though. The way that, government can make themselves demand and only deal with the women and the babies, which we say is what? The 23 million square miles. Take your useful land. Oh, the Cura, the first joint on Son of Joseph. Yeah, Son of Joseph is on all the streamers now. That's what I heard. I ain't even see it myself yet. But it's like it's supposed to be on iTunes and Spotify, all that, whatever you got, it's there. CDs over on Bandcamp. Um, so yeah, that's the signs. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with uh, Yakub. You know what I'm saying? When basically, you know what I'm saying? When you caught up, you know what I'm saying? When you let the power you, is it see I power her or her power I see? You understand what I'm saying? You know, you caught up in the physical aspect of the woman. You putting the wisdom before the knowledge. You putting the sex before the six. You know what I'm saying? Black Sheep said we gotta stop letting these devils inject our babies with these vaccines. Yeah, I got fortunately, before they passed the law, all my kids made it. Yeah, urban gorilla, yeah. So then, that's what happens a lot of times when, the relationship borns misunderstanding. You know what I'm saying? Because you already, what I mean, what you was dealing with in the relationship, what I mean, what was the most important thing, what I'm saying, you was drawing up about her looks, but then you never manifested no knowledge. You never manifested no knowledge, you know what I'm saying? So she's not really drawing up. God Bill said most of us put wisdom before the knowledge because we was raised by women. God Bill, um, you know, like I said, see now see, I'm glad you said that. That's all I'm just saying. See, when I say it, I'm taking shots. Now look, for me, fortunately for me, right, I grew up with my father. Like even my parents, you know what I'm saying, I stayed with my mother for a while, but like you remember that movie, Boys in the Hood? When something happened, they was like, all right, look, Trey, you done. You gotta go. you know, it wasn't quite like that, but yeah. So, for me, me growing up around my father, I was able to see certain things. You know what I'm saying? I was able to see certain things. You know what I'm saying? Like it was like, you know, like even that, when you were a child, right? If you only at one parent's house, right, and they argue on the phone, you only hear this one side. But then you go to your pop's house, and this is a whole like, whoa, that's what happened. So I started seeing, man. You know what I mean? But I mean that does have an impact. That does have an impact. You know what I mean? Because we like to say that the woman is the first teacher, but at this point right now, you know what I'm saying, they being the only teacher. You know what I'm saying? But it's one of them things where look, we say the black man is God, so Um, you can't have it both ways. You know what I'm saying? You can't have it both ways. You know, either you to make it an owner and the sole controller and all these things, you know what I'm saying? Or she is, you know what I mean? So, at this point, uh, we're gonna have to build. Yeah, Tommy Robinson said, wisdom is that magnetic piece. We use it to draw up. But see, the magnetism within the wisdom is the actual knowledge. See, that's why, you know what I'm saying, if that's, you know, coincide with what I'm saying is that, if the magnetic piece is, her physical composition, you know what I'm saying, which is the way things is adding up right now, you know what I'm saying, because, when you're dealing with society, right, when you're dealing with society, you know, uh, MGT and GCC is not prevalent right now. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm talking about, these are things where it's like, okay, if you wanted to start your family and build your family, yes, and I mean, you look for people with these talents and skills. But right now, you're not getting none of that out the deal. So what is it that you understand what I'm saying? You just got a social bond just based on physical attraction now. There's no real equality, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's looking at, how they gonna get jerked or whatever, you know what I mean? So it ain't no real equality. Nobody's really ready to deal with equality. They ready to receive equality, but they not really ready to deal with it themselves. You see what I'm saying? So, you gotta be careful with that. Josh Sun said, yeah, I thought God had the magnetic, like the sun holds planets in orbits, you know what I'm saying? But you gotta be able to shine the light. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you're not at a high enough activation within yourself, if you're not in a high enough activation within yourself, you know what I'm saying, then you will end up doing the rotating. See, this is the bottom line, man. There's some women that they on the very tippy top of six. We say the fullest equality, they at the fullest of equality. And if you're not God, they'll put a hurting on you, man. They'll have you rotating. Allah said, what about the captain? What you mean? As in the Capitan, El Capitan? Or you mean CAPTAIN? Shouldn't be taking orders from the lieutenant. Dominic Castro said how to deal with equality. Now, I mean, just in terms of, people treat relationships with a lot of suspicion. You know what I'm saying? And the other people with a lot of suspicion. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, before we was dealing with this modern society, you know what I'm saying, when the people join, they join, you know what I'm saying, we're going to give you some cattle, now both people is in a constant state of I need to preserve my own, stuff in a relationship. You know what I mean? Because it's almost like an expectation now that it ain't gonna last. You know what I mean? Because you know, there's really no goals there. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened a lot of times. Like, you know what I'm saying? You get into whatever, and then somebody got goals and the other person don't really got goals because there's nothing there from when the planet was first founded except just physical attraction. You know what I mean? Or, you know, economic attraction or whatever it may be. You see what I'm saying? And all these things is limited. It can't go past 6. You understand what I'm saying? You know, like I was seeing this thing where, it was these they was white women, but they was, they was rich. You know what I'm saying? And they still just felt like, yo, I got all this money, but I wish he would, say hi to me when he come in the house or something. You understand what I mean? Whatever the case may be. Lakira said, a woman broke me, but I'm good now, I think. Well, you gotta put the pieces back together. Black Sea said, Jasim, that's peace. The black family is a micronation. Dominic Castro said, this is not olden days. Giving away your daughter, etc. Dowry. Facts, I needed this bill. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, you know what I mean? Like, now it's just a different, but it's society. It's society, you know what I'm saying? And you got people, you know what I'm saying, within a society where the society is developing faster than the people. You know what I'm saying? Like, when in the course of your lifetime, in the course of my lifetime, it's been like social changes, man. Like, things that, I never would have thought would have, you know what I'm saying? So, and I'm saying the way people relate to each other in relationships, you know what I'm saying, encountered a lot of social change. You know what I'm saying? And that's just one of those situations where, like I said, with when you're dealing with man and woman, right? The black man and the black woman. One of the things that occurs, right, is that the black man and the black woman are under separate attacks. They under separate attacks. Even the whole way they're attacked is different. Like, the black woman is attacked, right, by them giving her stuff. They give her education to indoctrinate her in. They'll give them welfare to keep them strung and long. You understand what I mean? They give them stuff. The black men, on the other hand, they attack us by taking our stuff. Our freedom, our life, So then it's difficult. It's like, yo, so now you in a situation where the black woman is like, yo, this cat keep giving me stuff, man, and getting me caught up, man. Where you at? And you on the other side saying, yo, man, did you see, what I'm saying, what's going on? So all of that caused different types of tension. You know what I'm saying? And then what happens is, this is kind of a side topic, but that's one of the things that rites of passage is about. See, men gotta go through rites of passage to let them know that, yo, you with the men now. And your responsibility, you know what I'm saying, you need to be trained, in man training. You see what I'm saying? You gotta be trained to take your responsibility because it's just easier for you to leave your. See, women, they're gonna be a woman regardless to whom or what. You understand what I mean? When 9 months pass, that baby is coming out, whether it take them out or not. They're gonna have to deal with that. So see, that's what ends up happening. You understand what I mean? Is because of that. You know what I'm saying? Now we get back to what God Bill was saying, right? The brother don't take care of what he gotta take care of. Then when he bounce, what ends up happening? The woman ends up doing all the teaching. She gotta do something, but I'm saying at the end of the day, right? If it's a boy, then the wisdom is being put in front of the knowledge. And it's nothing that's, brothers got, I mean, it'd be rough. It do. You understand what I mean? And some brothers is in extremely diabolical situations too. You know what I mean? I don't want to leave that out, but I'm just saying that's, women are never going to fix that problem. The black man is going to have to fix that. So Dominic Castro said there's still law though, but we don't go by Torah and natural law, and so there are ideal rules for marriage, but today's day and age, it looks like there are no rules. I mean, we go by natural law. It's just, a lot of that stuff is Hollywood. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that stuff is Hollywood. In terms of the images that people have of what a relationship is supposed to be like. But, the Torah, that's not particularly the law that we follow. The Cure said in the past 100 years, we have changed so much as a civilization than any other time on earth except probably Kemet at their height. Yeah, Black Seed Supreme said divide and conquer, you know what I mean? And, I'm pretty sure that's in relationship to me saying that, the men and the women are under different attacks, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, when I was just saying with Yaqub's law, you know what I'm saying? Yaqub's law is to separate, So him dealing with that with the black man and black woman. Jasim said, I think some black women blame us for not being able to protect the family. Yeah. Yeah. Some of that is based on useful land too. You know what I'm saying? Like just logistically speaking, without talking about ideal situations. Look, you gotta stay on the farm in order for me to protect you. And see what happens, like I said, they give the black woman all this stuff, all this welfare, all this stuff, right? But see what happens when you do that is you leave the farm, you leave the area that I got the power to protect you. It's like right now, you know what I'm saying? If America get in some conflict, they'll tell the American citizens, look, don't fly to that country right now. If you over there, come home. Cause I can't protect you over there. You gotta come on my turf. And the fact is, you know, dealing with useful land, we don't have as much as, you know, the white women got. You know what I mean? So, you know, they looking over there and they want to partake in all of that, you know, some of that is the skipping steps I was talking about yesterday. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, in order to come back to the protection of the black man, you gotta come back on the useful land that we can protect. You understand what I'm saying? You know, and just a lot of things, you know, women have developed a lot of masculine energy too. You know, where it's like, you know, when they talking and like the level of beef that they starting, it's like sometimes I'm not even aware that I need to protect you. You know what I'm saying? Like the guy Bill was saying right now, look, a lot of brothers who's been raised by their moms the baddest person they know. Their moms been beating them down their whole life. So when they get outside, they don't really see women as somebody to protect. You know what I'm saying? The way they always talking, the way they always doing things. You understand what I'm saying? But it's a matter of the original man having enough useful land, right, for his wisdom and understanding to be able to move freely. See, right now we don't have enough useful land to tell them not to leave off the farm because then they won't survive. So, you know, all of these things is obstacles. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of times, you know, we could look at, say, the Bloods and the Crips, right? And we can see how this is, you know, something that's being injected, you know, into the community. You know what I'm saying? These ideas of each other and just in terms of, look, you know, y'all can eliminate from the hood what y'all want to eliminate. You know, somehow certain things seem to last, you know, decades. While other things that people want, y'all can get rid of that in one summer. So people are able to see, you know, how drugs and all these different things is placed in. But then when it comes to man and woman, right, we don't look at it like that. We just look at it as, no, it's just, you know, women is this way, or yo, you know, men is just that way. We not looking at the whole situation, right? And like I said, that thing that I don't know of as many examples of that with white people, you know what I'm saying? But this thing with the original man where it's like, yo, we will bicker while the ship is sinking, man. That's what happened in Africa, what we doing over here. You know, it happened in civil rights. You know, we was talking yesterday about W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington and Marcus Garvey. And this, you know, this weakness is being exploited. It's being exploited. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, apparently it's easy to tell lies accusing the righteous people and cause trouble. Apparently that's easy. You know what I'm saying? They do it between brothers. They do it between men and women. You know what I'm saying? But you know what God Bill was getting into, right? Also look at the science of Yaqub's story. Yaqub was the mom's favorite. And then she helped him to what? Deceive the father. Like I said, the piece of still Yaqub experiment was man and woman. Kira said romantic soap operas. Yeah, yeah. You got the soap operas, and even with movies, right? Is 793rd in the room? So I like when 793rd be in the room, because he remembers certain things that I recall. You know what I'm saying? But uh, the messages that they send to women, right? A long time ago, you would see movies, right, where there would be one girl that she was like, the sexy girl, you know what I mean? She's doing a thing and everything, you know what I mean? And then there's like another girl that she's like a home type, you know what I mean? She's like a homebody type, right? And it's like, yo, in the movie, for the love interest, it's like the dude, he might be involved somehow with the sexier girl, right? But somehow, the homebody girl will always end up with the guy. But now, it's a little different play that goes out there with now, where the girl, right, she's out there, she's doing a thing, right? And then somehow, even though, you know what I'm saying, she's dealing with all different dudes, all, crazy ideas, somehow she ends up with the hero guy, with the nice guy. That's a certain image that they send to young women. Just like they send in that same image, right? That if you put the wisdom before the knowledge, that you as that homebody guy, that might not be as cool as the dude she used to deal with, that you will end up with that woman. Cause see, none of those dudes she dealing with, they not putting the wisdom before the knowledge. But this dude, that's what he's willing to do. So that's like an image that starts to affect how people deal with each other. Sim said Hollywood and porno distorting images. Jason Rosario said, I traveled to Senegal a couple years back, and the women were way more family oriented over there and less westernized. It was a great experience. Yeah. But look, we got a small amount of time left, man. They got cable TV, and the internet is everywhere. Allah said, what about the opposite? I take care of my son full time. Now, this is something that, I think that population, right, is being made invisible for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot more black fathers, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we don't want to put nobody on blast, but just the economic situation alone. You got a lot of, black women putting down, nah, I'm not getting no dough from this guy because it's easier economically. You know what I'm saying? Like, you look at the stats and it say this or that. You know what I'm saying? And then, it's one of those things where, women who they kids is taking care, or, women who, they kids' father is taking care of them, they're not going to be squeaky wheels. They're not going to be squeaky wheels, you know what I'm saying? Like the women who, they did the same thing. They was interested in this guy for whatever other reason, without knowing if he had any CAPTAIN skills. The same way he didn't know if she had any MGT GCC skills. You understand what I'm saying? So now she's saying all this thing about this dude, you know what I'm saying, or these group of dudes or whatever, right? But the reality is why you was attracted to him in the first place. Like some part, like how the same way Allah took the skunk out the lessons. Yeah. If he's that, then what that make you? Like if he's trash, what are you, a garbage can? Supreme said it's a lot of sisters being encouraged to divest. Divest in what? Kira said women sometimes prefer the thug, drug dealer, etc., but a college dude or a dude other than a negative street dude, they want, even if that man beats them. You treat them good, they look at you like a sucker, but when she get cheated on, she love him. You know, like I said, all of these things, you know, that's Hollywood. And see, like the brother was saying, you know, when, you know, like I said, that's the goal of a relationship. Like it's no goal, you know, relationships is not about the stability of society no more. It's not about protecting children no more. You know, it's not about a bond between man and woman no more. It's just something, you know, like you know this I don't know their name, but the lady is like half white and she married the prince from England. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's about now. You know what I mean? These like status symbol relationships. You know what I mean? Kanye and Kim West. You understand what I'm saying? All that type of stuff. You understand what I'm saying? It's about, you know, just the story. You know what I'm saying? You know, you go on Love and Hip Hop or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But there's no goal, man. Blair and Snotty. Josh Simpson says sometimes they be shiny and empty like garbage cans. He said, I didn't do the knowledge about this woman glowing in the dark ways and actions. Black Sheep Supreme said, divest from the black man in the black community. You know, I've been seeing that. Got K Bar in here. Yeah, that's the broad. You know what I mean? Jason, Meghan Markle. You understand what I mean? So now this is something they selling to women as the fairy tale. Like that's like real life Cinderella. That's real life Cinderella. But yeah, though, that's a serious topic though. You hit right there though, Black Seed. And you don't. That's one of those things that when you say divest from the black man, right? Do you mean like just in terms of you know, deal with Caucasian men, right? And when you say divest from the black community, that's something that I you know, I sometimes present, you know what I'm saying, to see what people say about that, you know what I mean? But, you know, there was an era from the mid-90s until like right before the stock market crash where there was a lot of black women that was doing fairly well off. Like if you was in New York at that time, it was like, yo, the purse and the bag game and the shoe game and all of that, like, just regular women was like kind of, you know what I'm saying? And I remember looking at that and thinking like, yo, they having like a drug era. They having like a drug era. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, yo, y'all not getting gold chains and rims, but y'all got other stuff that y'all buying that's like, yo, we could be using that money to you know what I'm saying? Like when you look at some of these hoods, man, in the 80s, son, enough money came through where we could have overcame. So, in terms of, the black women having the most earning power, you know what I'm saying, in the black community, you know what I'm saying? I do think, that's been an idea of mine for the longest time, but that's not in their nature. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, yo, um, they're the ones who have to invest. They're the ones, like, remember I was saying that idea, like, when you take a place like Detroit, right? What if the people there just decided to consolidate into one community and build it up, right? And grow from there? Yeah, it's gonna have to be a lot of women on board with that. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just saying a little more in detail. What did you mean by, divest from the community? You know what I'm saying? Because when we was talking about when you was talking about in terms of the spending power, and all of that, they sitting on a lot of it. Jasim said, "Oh, y'all talking about the yeah? I saw that too. Yeah, I saw that too. That yeah, nah, K-Bar, they got kicked out. They lost their money. They was getting checks and all that. They like, nah, you gotta be on your own. Get that Hollywood money." But yeah, that's what ended up happening with box show. I'm waiting for Black Seed. Waiting for Black Seed to give me some more details. Yeah, they leaving without consent, K-Bar. They ain't getting no money though. Can't stay in the Royal Mansion no more. Black Seed still in here? Yeah, K-Bar. Did you see the live today, K-Bar? Did you see the live, K-Bar? I asked a lot Shasha a question, man. He went in, man. Listen, I had to chop the live in half I had to chop the live in half and make part of it private, man. He hit us with the real. Josh Sim said, really, that's not my problem. I got no time for a sister who bears the devil's seed. Came up about old man Justice, man. Asked him about old man Justice, he went in. So Black Sheep said, yeah, through all the media propaganda, they are being encouraged to believe that the white man is a better choice than her natural counterpart. Yeah, I've been seeing where I seen a few stories on that, but you know, like I said, I you know, I don't pay attention to that stuff because I realize that, you know, they being led. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I seen that where they like, yo, you know, it's so many it's so few amount of eligible black men, you know what I'm saying? You know, is it okay, you know, some black women feel, you know, pressured not to date outside their race and all that. Yeah, I seen that. I seen that. I guess that's a new you know, that's an adjustment. That's an adjustment. You know, Black Seed, that's an adjustment from, you know, I don't need no man. Now it seems like a little bit of capitulation. Golden Arms, peace. That's these people, you know, back in the days. Who remember they used to have that show Donahue and those old school shows like that. I remember it came a point where they started coming on TV, right, with these women, and they came out with these things. You know, they were saying that, you know, listen, you know, the best thing for children, right, is for you to get a divorce. Like, if you having any problems, don't try to stay together for the kids. We've studied it. That's the worst thing you could do, is stay together for the kids. See, that was another thing that was in the media. That, you know, like when I first started watching TV, right, you know, it's like Leave It to Beaver on, you know what I'm saying, Little House on the Prairie, you know, it's mostly all family shows. You know what I'm saying? Then by the end of the 70s, you start getting, you know, One Day at a Time and Different Strokes. You know what I'm saying? All these single type of households, single parent households. Golden, oh shit, I seen that Brownsville method. Yeah. They needed that. Hey look, Golden Arms. So I really didn't wanna see, we only got a few people in here. Now we got a lot of people in here. But we actually had a cipher. We had a cipher. We're gonna have to get it together. Brownsville method style. Josh said, I dated white women when I was younger, and I always felt I was giving up a part of myself in the process. I wonder how they feel when they do that. You know, my personal opinion on it, I personally have a theory that the white woman has decided to jump ship on the white man and just grab her cell phone back to the original. The white woman, he said, you know, I ain't really with them, man. The white woman is trying to make it. The white woman is trying to make it in the hereafter on her own. Yeah. Because that's what I said before, man. When you look at it, look, the white man has never wanted to be protected from the black woman. Those misogyny, whatever you call it, those laws was never about keeping the white man away from the black woman. You know, when you see those shows, what they always say, what white woman would want to be with a black man? Even in the 60s, they said that was one of the reasons when they was fighting against in the 50s, when they was fighting against integrating the schools. That was one of the politicians said that, listen, you cannot let little black boys go to school with little white girls. You're gonna get race mixing. So yeah, that's a theory that I have, man. You know, that's a theory that I have. He said they really pushing white and black having relationships. Yeah. Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on. Yeah. So where we at? Y'all know I start tucking and I lose track. Oh yeah. So they really pushing white and black. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, Jason Rosario, yeah, Full House was another one, Three's Company. Now, Black Seed, he put Julia was a little bit earlier. Julie was a little bit earlier, but see, that was already the image that they wanted to push for black people though. But yeah, Julia. Nah, I can't, but they pushing it. Golden Arm said when he came to Mecca, Father Bouchon put him on to a similar method. Yeah, Father Bouchon, man. That's another brother, man. Black Sheep said they drain your energy. K-Bar said, little rascals, now the world don't move. Born Jamal. K-Bar said, remember in my physical family's book where Kylie Hairston said the white man did all he could in the name of white women's chastity, and now white girls sleep with black men with impunity. Nah, K-Bar, you got it mixed up. Reality is they've been pushing it since we got over here. Josh said shit, they can't get enough. Born Jamal. Like, have y'all been noticing that the girls with the natural hair, what they call it? With the natural hair, like the natural hair is getting straighter and straighter. Like when the natural hair first came out, you know what I'm saying, it'd be like kinky to curly. Yeah. Like they got some they walk around saying that they hair is natural, but I'm saying, for me, as I never really spend a whole bunch of time in the beauty salon, so I don't know. I look at it, it looked like it's perm to me. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? There's white women calling themselves Earth and rocking 3/4. Yeah, I didn't even know about that. That's a new one on me. Where they at? But yeah, Jocelyn, if you peep that natural hair movement, there's a lot of stuff in there that don't seem natural to me. They've been around. Been around where? Black Sheep said they curious. Newt, I came out, look, my motto is I got this far after slavery, ain't no need now. That takes 600 years. Yeah, I remember that one from North Carolina that came up there. I don't recall, like I don't know about a whole bunch of them, you know, and that was, you know, somebody who, you know, dealing with what the topic was when the brother brought it up. You know what I'm saying? That was people putting the wisdom before the knowledge. But I haven't seen like no whole bunch of them. I haven't seen 5. I recall that one. One Jamal said, "Women is a woman. Some love dominance, some like the weak. They want the weak. They try to master them." But yeah, when people, I think people be afraid to teach white people the truth when they come into the knowledge. Josh Simpson said in Minnesota, brothers will pass up a line of queens for 300 pounds of pork. But I'm saying though, Minnesota is one of them places. Like in general speaking, you hear that about places like Minnesota, Philly, California too. Not necessarily LA, but California. It's just certain places where you hear, and Prince ain't do y'all no favors. Being from there, it was like, oh yeah, that's like that. That was that first. That was like an explanation for Prince. You see first see Prince like, oh yeah, you half white, man. You from Minnesota, yeah. That's how they do. Yeah, but Younger don't teach no Caucasians. Younger don't teach no Caucasians. K what? What you talking about? Yeah, Golden Arms. Yeah, nah, they ain't scared of the truth. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes what happens, right, is you can't let their emotions supersede your intelligence. You know what I'm saying? Like I get in conversations all the time where it's like, yeah, but you got 1,000 things. Why do I have to live with what my ancestors did? Because everybody else has to live with it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like right now, when you go all around the world, right, there's people that's living in conditions, right, that's the outcome of, imperialism and, slavery and colonialism. So if we all living with it, why you can't live with it? Man, listen. Who? Younger don't actually nothing. Hey, less I be seeing them, and now what? The mix, yeah. But see, that's new in New York to me. You know what I'm saying? You didn't really see that. Like now, you see that. You know, I think it might have just was a situation where like if that occurred, they moved out of the black neighborhood, so we didn't really get a chance to see them like that. But yeah, I see it a lot now. Really, a lot that was a village thing. Like the village was always about, what I'm saying, the new cutting edge relationships. But like in the neighborhoods, nah, you ain't see that. Shit, majority got that pro-black, anti-white mindset. They can't let it go. Yeah, I told you about them people, man. Stay away from younger. I seen him at the memorial though. Golden Arm said you gotta teach both natures. Some original people can't accept their nature. If they don't want to know, they shouldn't ask God. Boy Jamel said my old earth told me don't bring none home. That used to be the teaching at one time. That absolutely was the teaching at one time. See, New York was real segregated. You know what I'm saying? Like neighborhood to neighborhood, you didn't really see other people like that. See, a lot of them other places like Minnesota, like the whole way how they was settled is different from New York. So you got more of a mixture of people. Some of them places when you get out west, they don't have the same history of slavery. Like, was Minnesota even a state before 1865? Minnesota was probably in the Dakota Territory or something back then. Josh Sims said, I don't even know, but it's racist out here too. Yeah, see them people in those type of places, like once you start getting to the Northwest, they kind of ban black people out there. That's why they know, like to this day, like them places like Seattle and all over there, Oregon, like they just like, you had different areas where it was like, how they was gonna treat how they was gonna treat um how they was gonna treat black people, you know what I'm saying, whether they was gonna be slave or whether they was gonna be free. This was actually a decision that, you know, territories had to make before they became a state. And a lot of them places out there in the Northwest, they decided that, yo, we don't even want to deal with that issue. Like, we don't even want black people out here. Don't send them out here. Yeah, see, Jasim, now you said Germans and Scandinavians, right? Now look, anybody who had family that was in the military, that was another thing that they used to say about Minnesota back in the days. Is that brothers who was in the military, they will always come back and say, yo, the German women love black men. Black people in Utah? What happened to them? Hey, I said it when they said don't bring one home, they meant it for real. Yeah, that changed a lot now. They, you know, kids get a whole other set of instructions. See, it's not even tolerance no more now, man. It's it's acceptance. Acceptance. You saw that living next to Fort Dix and McGuire Air Force Base, you saw the black and German as well as the black and Korean. Yeah, that's in the army, man. Joshua said, I heard that, I just wasn't stationed there. Minnesota was established in 1858. Most original people here are from Chicago, Milwaukee, Detroit, St. Louis, Memphis. So Minnesota is Minnesota is like one of those like halfway states. Like where people, they migrated to the north from the south, and then when they got to the north, they was like, yo, I don't really like this city like that. Like, it's, you know what I mean? So then but they didn't want to go all the way back to the south. So then they stayed in certain, like Minnesota. Like a lot of people that's in Texas right now, they people that came back from California, but they don't want to go back to Louisiana and Alabama. Right, migrated for the jobs and the social programs. 793rd said he heard that about the Germans too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's common knowledge, man. If you know somebody that went in the army, my uncle was over there. Like, he was over there for decades. Some of those places you just named are sundown towns. Where are they still? Well, actually, I did know that, but I haven't seen one. A sundown town. see that, Jackson? Said if you know the brother Powerful Life out there in Minnesota. Utah. Yeah, I heard like everybody in Utah is wild religious. Like it's not just the Mormons. That everybody there like it's. Cause I remember back in the days, man, I thought Carl Malone was the only brother over there. Myself, Devon, Al Kim Salam, peace. Man, it's a lot of guys in Minnesota. The Midwest. The Midwest is got Milwaukee, Minnesota. Somebody was in here from St. Louis, Arkansas. There was a black woman with you. Oh, and Tennessee. That's the South. It's not really the Midwest. Yeah, Detroit. Did we have any? Yeah, somebody was in here from Chicago. Somebody was in here from Chicago. What's Arkansas? Ah, son, that's the Midwest, man. Oklahoma, Arkansas, and all that. That's the Midwest. Yeah, the Mason-Dixon line is not. Listen, Boston is the South. Texarkana. I think Texarkana is by Arkansas. I drove through Texarkana before, but I can't really recall. Tommy Robinson said, living off of others' wisdom instead of doing the knowledge is another example of not putting the wisdom before the knowledge. think you mean another example of putting the wisdom before the knowledge. One Jamel said, how do you see Sicilians? What do you mean how I see them? I come across many who want to be taught on Staten Island. A lot of them consider themselves original too. Boris Cujo in Zazie Beetz, the chick from the ATL show Deadpool flick, and the Joker are both half German and speak it fluently, so somebody drank the Kool-Aid. Hey, man. Yeah, but Oklahoma is not the South, man. Oklahoma and all that's the Midwest. He said Carl Malone probably was the only brother. I drove into Utah, got fuel, and got the hell up out of there as quick as possible. Black, brown, yellow, white, half original, and red. That's everywhere you go on the planet. Yeah, what that got to do with the question though? Nah, saying the Southwest is Arizona, New Mexico. Arkansas is not the Southwest. Southwest is on the other side of Texas. Jason Rosario said, I used to live on Staten Island, and many of the young Italians there are influenced by Wu-Tang. Yeah, Iowa, that's another state, man. I remember I ran into a brother that said he was from Des Moines, Iowa, and I couldn't believe it. He even said it. Look, he said, I know what you're thinking. Is black people in Des Moines? Oh, man. Yeah, but K-Boy, you just said is black and brown and yellow, and I mean, what that got to do with who they are? 793rd said Oklahoma touches Texas, so the vibe may definitely feel southish. And I said Iowa is strange and racist. Yeah, I mean, those are just places where I don't think it's. Golden Arm said the Big Ten minus Penn in Maryland, Midwest 7. Eli said Texarkana is between Arkansas and Texas. Justin said all we really got is Prince and Kirby Puckett. Yeah, that was always a bugged out name, man. Almighty Truth said Hannibal, Ethiopian blood, and no Sicilians. Yeah, but see, that was thousands of years ago, and since he was there, 4 or 5 different European countries ruled it. Arkansas is considered southeast. No, I haven't. I've been in the southeast and the southwest. Arkansas is not there. Sim said, once you start seeing Blaze Orange and Mossy Oak, I turn around. When Jamal said, that plus it's a warm climate and in close proximity to Africa. Yeah, I'm saying. You should have said Kirby Puckett, man. That was just always a funny name, man. And the way he talked, too. $793 said used to run with a chick whose grandmother was Italian in New Haven, Connecticut, and heard her say numerous times they're not white, they're Italian. So they're taking that half original thing to a new level. So let me tell you what it also is too, is that Italians only became white in the 1950s. After World War II is when Italians became white. They see white is really for white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. And everybody else is ethnic. So you got some Italians that's from that older tradition where they don't consider themselves white. You know what I'm saying? But, but the Irish wasn't white. Golden Arm said all those hanging pictures you see in history is from the Midwest. Kareem said, heard you building on geography of the land, Oklahoma, even though it's at the bottom, it's still Midwest, but Arkansas, Tennessee, and northern Texas are all considered south, but speak saying third. I mean, I know Tennessee is considered the South. I suppose in culture they may be considered the South, but that's like considering Virginia the North. Geographically. Okay, well, you said black people can't get lice? We can settle this Arkansas question kind of simple here. Where was Arkansas in the Civil War? I said a lot of people from Chicago and Iowa. What do they do when they go to Iowa? Like, where? Is that like that movie? Remember, was that movie back in the days? I think the kids was in Iowa. It was about some white kids that was rapping, and they knew a black kid that he was like from Chicago or something, and his family moved him out to some cornfields in Iowa, and then the dudes really got caught up in the rap stuff, so they wanted the black dude to take them to buy some drugs so they could start selling drugs out in the cornfield, and it was a bugged out movie, but I wonder if that's related to what you're talking about right there. Hey, Allah says, as soon as you hit Texas, you feel the southernness. Who's Nine Laraka? Yeah, Johnson. White is Wasp is white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Yeah, Texarkana is like that. Yeah, who's Nino Laraka? Latrell Sprewell's from Minnesota? Islam dominated Sicily? Sicily has been dominated by every country that ever sailed a ship. Nah. I don't want to know about Arkansas being next to Tennessee. I'm talking about, was Arkansas a part of the Confederate Army? D. Christian said, is there an age cutoff for a person to have an enlightenment or get the wisdom of the lessons and understanding? Now, it's not an age cutoff, just the older you get, the harder you're going to have to study. You know what I'm saying? Because, just generally speaking, you got more, religion or whatever else it is to cut through than somebody who's a kid. You know what I'm saying? And you just at a point in your life where, people are not responsible for you no more. You know what I'm saying? When you 15, the older people is responsible for you regardless. So that's why we teach the babies, we teach those that's younger than us, but it's not no cutoff age for you to get the knowledge. Ayla said North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, that's the Southeast. Josh said we claim Garnett too. You said black people don't get lice? I'm saying K-Bar, crabs is lice. And black people get crabs. So I ain't sure about that. Maybe certain kinds of lice. 793 said the Tim Wise cat also pointed that out, saying his people were savages fighting each other for hundreds of years in Europe and weren't considered white until post-war times when voting propaganda went into effect. he Kareem said Virginia is south as well, is south of the Mason-Dixon line. Is south as well. The Mason-Dixon line starts in Maryland. Yeah, but see, culturally, Virginia is the end of New York culture. Like everything from, Connecticut, everything from Connecticut to Virginia is influenced by New York culture. Like everybody, all of the cities in that area, they been had hip hop because they a part of our culture, but they not in the north. So that's why I said, look, you may think of Arkansas as the South because of their culture, but that's not the South. Like I don't remember, when you was watching NWA wrestling, Arkansas wasn't included in that. Like South Carolina is right next to Georgia, but Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Texas is considered the deep South. And like the brother said, South Carolina is part of the Southeast. Sometimes Georgia is included with the Southeast too. So that's what I'm saying. That y'all saying is culturally the South? Yeah, that was the movie White Boys. Arkansas was a Confederate state? They definitely the South then. 793rd said my man's nephew went to run ball out in Iowa. I remember that comedy with the New York kid, the New York, what's his face, who wrote it. Yeah, I don't know. In 1861, Arkansas seceded and joined the Confederacy. Nino LaRocca, a black Sicilian boxer from the 70s. Yeah, I mean, that stuff don't impress me, man. Like, look, added to Capuco, what it was, well, I don't mean to mispronounce his name, but Giannis, dude, he's not Greek. He's not Greek, man. Golden Arms said, we don't consider Arkansas or Oklahoma the Midwest. Boy Jamal said, a lot of Confederate flags raised here in Pennsylvania, though they weren't a part of the Confederacy. Yeah, Ayla said we can't get lice. Yeah, that's what I thought too, he Kareem. Latrell Sprewell from Milwaukee. Yeah, Ayla, you saw that movie too, right? Edwin Del Val, peace. K-Bar said crabs is different from lice. Lice you get in your hair. They don't call head lice head crabs, but they do call crabs crab lice, K-Bar. D. Christian said, "What would be your recommendation? I am in Washington State. I know some degrees, but would like a higher degree of." I'm saying, didn't you get in touch with R.P. Reese? Yeah, like I said, the Latrell Sprewell is from Milwaukee, but he played for Minnesota a long time. Yeah, I still see Latrell Sprewell as a Knick. but yes, who was? Who was what, K-Buck? I'm saying D. Christian. Didn't you get in touch with didn't you get in touch with R.P. Reese? He's out there in Seattle. We got R.P. Reese is out there, Saving Knowledge is out there. Um Y King is out there. K-Bar says lice is attracted to straight hair. The original man cannot get lice and cannot get sunburn. 793rd said he Giannis is as Greek as Clint Capella and Tablo Cephalosha are Swedish and the black soccer player is Italian. There's a difference between head lice and crab lice. Guaranteed, K-Bar. One says head and one says crab. Golden Arm said lice don't prefer original hair and we do get sunburn. K-Bar said he's going to the Hall of Fame as a Knick. Tommy Robinson said Apollo was black. What Apollo is that? Arkansas was a part of the NWA. No, it wasn't. No, it was not, K-Bar. 793rd, so always see him choking out PJ Carlissimo from Seton Hall, having them rims and needing more than $1 million to support his family. Oh yeah, Apollo Creed. He said Apollo Creed was black, man. Stop it. Kareem said Virginia is the South geologically, but a lot of northern VA culture is East Coast. Southern VA is country, two sides to the state like New York City and Buffalo. Yeah. The one who carried this. Oh, you talking about the Greek gods? Yeah, but that ain't got nothing to do with Giannis. See, like Al-Kem Salam is saying, all of those Greek stories is based on the original man. So we in agreement there. Yeah, it looks like Giannis gonna have to get out of there though. You know, if it's one team that the Knicks, trust me, we'll be back before them, it's Milwaukee. It's a couple others out there too, but put Milwaukee on the list. Yeah, it's just I don't know, it's something about Milwaukee, man. See, the problem for Giannis though is he might go somewhere else, man, and turn into Ben Simmons. It's my battery is all the way down, and I don't even know why. I might get cut in a minute, y'all. But I'm plugged in. Let's see what happens. What's that? Giannis has two brothers in the game, in the league, one older who has some type of handle. I knew he had a little brother. I didn't know he had an older brother. Yeah, I just checked it to see. That's what I'm saying. It's been plugged in all the time and say it's charging. Say it's charging, but yeah, he shoots more threes than Ben, but I just don't know, like, whenever he gets on another team, that, you know what I'm saying? Like, if the other team is not specifically designed for him, like Milwaukee is. Because, see, one thing about Giannis, man, I don't really think he got all that much game. The vast majority of his talent is physical. He just runs fast. He puts the ball up high like this, and then he just runs into the lane and shoots it. That's how Toronto was able to stop him. Just stand in front of him and don't let him, you know, he got those long strides. He takes off from the 3-point line, takes two, sometimes three long strides, and then he's at the rim. But if you stand in front of him and just make him have to shoot over you, he ain't got that kind of game. L. Del Val said, Richmond, Virginia was the capital of the Confederacy. Richmond, VA is Richmond, Victory, Allah. To get from there to Danville, where Allah was physically born, you have to take Highway, what, 360? Allah said he used to see Spreewell a lot. He had a house around the corner. 793rd said they showed a clip of the older one taking him through dribble drills. Yeah, nah, I never saw the older one. You say he's just big and tall like Taco Fall. I like Taco Fall though, man. I like Taco Fall. I want to see Taco Fall against Embiid. Golden On said, how you see born 20 miles outside the holy city of Mecca? What do you mean how I see it? Like where is 20 miles outside the holy city of Mecca, you saying? Alright, Edward Del Val, peace. Alright. You saying you see it as ways and actions from civilization? Yeah, I can see that. 793rd said they loved them some taco in Beantown. That giant lurch dude on Dallas would be a better 7-4 plus matchup since Embiid may have too much footwork and skill for the bigger giant. They were talking about them two having a one-on-one for all the stars on TNT. See, Taco Ford, I mean, he's not a total doofus, and he got some weight on him. Most dudes that come in at that height, they ain't got no weight on them. That's why I think I want to see if he could develop. Seven 93rd said, I was told at one time we were all born 20 miles outside of Mecca. What do you mean? We all made the devil? Hey, I said Latrell Sprewell is just a regular hood dude. Yeah, we can tell that. we can tell that when he choked out PJ Carlissimo. We can tell he was just a regular hood dude. Peace, God, Bell. Yeah, we definitely could tell he was a regular hood dude. And what you mean by that 793rd? That we all made the devil? He said, hope the best for his feet and ankles as a giant. Yeah, I'm pretty sure what they were saying when they said that we were all born 20 miles outside the holy city of Mecca, which I hope they're not saying that we all born in sin. But probably saying that, we all have done something wrong or, made certain mistakes. You know what I'm saying, in our life. But getting back to the question though, you know what I'm saying, in terms of born, right? You know, when well, in the other degrees, right? When it tells you that Yaqub was born, right? It's not telling you about Yaqub's birth, right? Who in here knows the difference between when Yaqub was born and when Yaqub was birthed? Maybe he was referring to it geographically since he was from LI. I came out of Najess and the other Airlight was from Southside in the desert while we were in Connecticut. Jasim, 6 years is that's a good answer, but it's not 6 years. Golden Arm said, I saw it as times he came to know power in building. MF The Truth said he was born in 8,400, but his idea really, the devil was completed, the manufacturing of the devil was complete in 9,000. Eli said, yeah, the whole choking incident really showed Milwaukee status. Kareem said Yaqub was birthed 8,400. He was born 8,394. Strictly high grade was correct. Yaqub was physically birthed in 8,367. Color band year one is 9,000. Build born born to build his culture. At 6, he had equality of power. Now see, 6 is important. I don't want y'all to lose that idea. Because see, Yakub being birthed in 8,367, right? That means that he was 33. Was 33. Was 33 in the 140. What is a real devil? Kareem said, I've always had questions about this 8,367. What was the question? I was waiting on the question, Kareem, about the 8,367. Again, back to my point, what I was making is that it's telling you that it's a difference between Yakub being born and Yakub being birthed. See, being born, like a couple of people were saying in the room already, is about his ideas being manifested. You understand what I'm saying? So when they say he was born 20 miles outside the holy city of Mecca, you know, I don't know if you was in the room when I was drawing up earlier, that's his science, dealing with the wisdom cipher. You know what I'm saying? How what was his, well, they said his first thing was he came out holding on to his brother or something. But him and his mother coached him to steal his brother's birthright. And that's how he ended up getting sent away to the uncle. See, all that, all that science is dealing with wisdom. Somebody was talking about earlier certain things, and I was like, you ever notice that in the wisdom build degree, right? It don't never tell you nothing about the father. When you look into 140, right? What's the wisdom ciphers about? From wisdom knowledge on. He Kareem, what's the question you had about 8,367? Why you spell Yakub with an L? That's a typo? Yeah, yeah, that whole 20s, that's about Yakub. You understand what I'm saying? And, you know, during that time, right? During that time, this is when he's doing the promising to his nation. Because remember, they don't even get to the island of Patmos until 28. Then each degree is 100 years, right? 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. That's when you get to what is a real devil. Now I'm saying that based on all the degrees. I'm just I'm just showing you how it coincides with the 33rd degree. And I'm saying Yakub also, be very careful with that. I'm saying Yakub was birthed in 8,367. He was born in 8,400. You said 2-1 borns understanding and 2-2 borns culture. Well, we went through that earlier. That wisdom knowledge don't born understanding. He Kareem, I'm trying to see if you understand the 8,000. All right. Those degrees tell the story. Also, message to the black man should be read as a backup reference. Or the 21st degree and the 22nd degree. Right? I'm saying when, all right. Let's. I was waiting to see if you had some more response, but look, you went with 21 and 22, right? Let's move up to 25 and 26. 25 and 26. Just put the questions. Anybody who know the questions for 25 and 26, put them in the comments. Once an idea is born, it's basically put into action. 120, like Brother Sunya said, has terrible grammar and missing comments. Depending on what copy you got. But this is not a grammar thing though. This is what I'm saying. Who knows the question for the 25th degree and the 140, and then the 26th degree and the 140? I don't know if mine has a comma right there, he Kareem. I would have to look at it. I would have to look at it right now, but I don't think mine has a comma in that spot. Now, it said, how long did it take to make devil? Right? That's the question for 25. Jasim, peace. That's the question for 25 is how long did it take to make devil? Now, what's the question for 26? And what year was that? You understand what I'm saying? So if he was making the devil in the year 8,400, he couldn't have been physically birthed in that year 8,400. And he couldn't have been 6 years old in 8,400. You understand what I'm saying? When it says in what year was that, it say it was in the year 8,400. Then it says to make devil what must one first do? Oh no, pardon me. You go to Wisdom God, you know what I'm saying? What was the name of the place? See, that's all telling you about when he started making the devil, not when he was physically birthed. Jassim said Graf mating a Sion to a stop. A Sion is an heir descendant child of a wealthy, aristocratic, or influential family. Golden R's working a forklift. Jassim says a stock is a stump, something without life or consciousness. Tell us the name of the place where the devil was manufactured. What you mean dealing with the, like, historically the island of Patmos? Pelon the same as Patmos. Revelation 1 verse 9. An island situated on the Aegean Sea. Well, uh, you know, Pelon and Patmos is where you make it, just like Mecca is where you make it. You know what I'm saying? But see me, you know, I don't make the devil. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, for me, Pelon is the place where the wisdom of God is born. You know what I'm saying? The wisdom of God is made born. You know what I'm saying? Wise gods is born. You know, I haven't really went too in depth, you know what I'm saying, with that in terms of the making of the devil. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to recall, I don't want to lead y'all in the wrong direction, but Pelon and Patmos both born knowledge wisdom. One of them born culture build, and one of them born build culture. So I'm pretty sure Pelon born culture build, and Patmos born build culture. Somebody add that up for me right now. everybody with. Yeah, I'm about to rest. Man, listen. If be people trying to call me all morning, man. Well, y'all try to call me tomorrow at 11, 12, I'm out. Pelon born's 48 and Patmos born's 84. Pelon born's 48. And Patmos born's 84, right? Yeah, Father, you was in there. I remember. Yeah, I'm you. Yeah, yo, that was crazy, man. I didn't know the guy was gonna come out with all that. Ah. But see, golden arms, before it gets to understanding, it borns knowledge, wisdom. Born Jamel said, Paran is the Mecca in the lesson. What's Paran? Mount Sinai to Canaan. You talking about that place in Syria? You talking about that place in Syria? All right, yeah, see, golden arms, I keep losing track with you, but yeah, see, it borns knowledge, wisdom. Right? But what did Yakub go there and do? Wisdom, knowledge. See, in that Bible verse, John is in jail. Pelon was a penal. Pelon was a penal colony. So, I guess you could take it to that level. Like I said, Pelon's where wise gods is born. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at it from the Yakub point of view, he's putting the wisdom before God. Jassim, so he was trying to build one way of life and destroy another. What you applying that to specifically? What sign, Supreme, man? Yeah, Mount Sinai is in Egypt. Nah, there's a city in Syria that when the first mosque, like there's a certain part of the mosque, right, that faces Mecca, right? But when you look at the first mosque, there's some that face Jerusalem, and there's some that face a city in Syria. It's like a famous city. It was getting bombed. It was getting bombed when they was having that war over there. I think it's Petra or something like that. Was the city that whatever part of the mosque that's supposed to be New World Black Order, that I was correct with that? That's the name of the place, Petra? Yeah, it was mosque, whatever that part of the mosque that's supposed to be facing the holy city. It was some of them, the first ones is facing that city, Petra, in Syria, and some of them is facing Jerusalem. So I'm wondering if that's the science that you're talking about, Born Jamel. Kareem, I have heard Damascus before too, but I think Petra is the city they talking about. Born King said at one point Muhammad and the Muslims prayed towards Jerusalem. Jackson, alright, you coming back to Pelon and Patmos 48 and 40 built in 84. Alright. Oh, you dealing with the 4 and the 8, and you saying that one culture was building and destroyed. Yeah, that's mathematical right there. See, I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that. Yeah, you just drew that up right there. Yeah, the Qibla, that's the part of the mosque that faced the holy city. That's the part of the mosque that faces the holy city, right? The Qibla. Yeah, New Black World Order said the first Qibla was facing Petra. Yeah, I heard it was facing Petra and then Jerusalem, and then it started moving to Mecca with, I think, the Abbasids. With the Abbasid, when the Abbasids came in and however they took power from the Umayyads, right? And I think New Black World Order was that guy named Al Tariq. That was the leader. He was the leader, and he wanted to be like the head imam. He wanted to be like the head imam. He wanted to be the head of Islam. You know what I'm saying? So in order to do that, he changed the history so that it would reflect that everything was everything took place inside of the Abbasid, wherever their main territory was. He switched everything so that he could be the leader. And that's one of the ways how the Islam turned into a political thing away from whatever was the original thing. Yeah, New Black World Order said the guy's name was Al Tariq. Alright, Born Jamel said on Saturday Night's Live, he said Margaret Sanger, let me correct that, she had an all-black advisory council that Du Bois and many other ministers supported. I said Margaret Sanger had a black staff. I mean, that's yeah. That makes it more exact, but it ain't all that much difference. But yeah, starting from Al Tariq and after all that, that's when it really changed Islam into a lot of Arabic customs, and not really, what I'm saying, like all that throwing acid on women's face and stuff like that. That's not Islam. You know what I'm saying? What's that other guy? Wahhab and all those people like that. That's their Arabic customs. Margaret Sanger, she had a thing in Harlem. Wow. 136th Street. Hmm. Now, see, Kareem, you asking me what does wisdom knowledge born? Golden Arm said the true Mohammedans were Sufis. Yeah, Kareem. See, when you put the wisdom before the knowledge, right? The best you can have is an illusionary stage. You can have an illusionary stage, right? Where you think that something is born from that. But in reality, putting the wisdom before the knowledge does not born an understanding. You understand what I'm saying? Like everything what we saying is the meaning. Like a lot of things, we see, we try to see it for the fullest potential it could be. But see, if you just dealing with spermatization with a woman, right? You just get her pregnant, you ain't put no knowledge in her, right? In her brain. You didn't plant no seed in her brain before you planted her stomach. Then that's not really an understanding. It's not really an understanding. Y'all don't have no understanding between y'all. Seed is not going to feel no love. The seed is not going to feel like the highest elevation of nothing between y'all. And it's not going to be. You see what I'm saying? If you speaking on things that you don't know, it's not going to lead to an understanding. You could try to dress it up any way you want. I understand arithmetically, 2 and 1 make 3. But the only way you gonna make wisdom knowledge work, right, is to be a wise man. To be a wise man. You understand what I'm saying? See, because being a wise man, right, that means, see, you can't be wise without doing the knowledge first. See, being wise means I may never speak. I may never speak if I'm wise. Because being wise means, wisdom is knowing when to talk and then knowing when to shut up. But if you try to dress it up somehow that you could put the cart before the horse, you might make it sound good, but it's not going to work. You need knowledge, wisdom. But if you look at this, look at the beginning of this live and look at the live from the class earlier today, I've been a lot more in depth with it. Supreme Man said, wisdom before knowledge means to have actions before thoroughly thinking out the actions. Even if you get some degree of understanding, it won't be complete because you must go through one in totality before you go to two. Yeah, that's what I was saying. You may create a short stage of illusion where you think you born understanding, but you didn't. Allah said the book The Hidden Origins of Islam is a good book for that. I read part of that. I haven't read the whole thing. Yeah, Sufis, that's interesting. Yeah, remember Saeed Saeed was telling us that the Sufis is down with the Sunnah. P. Kareem. Yeah. Golden Arm said wisdom, knowledge is religion. 10% and trick knowledge. Yeah. So, you know, you got to be very careful with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all do it. You know, today is wisdom, knowledge, or being born to understanding. Right? You know, yeah, that's the simplest way to go through it. But I'm saying be very aware when you speaking, and especially when you out there activating in the real world, that you cannot put the wisdom before the knowledge and expect understanding. Allah said, I was a Muslim. They never said or spoke on Sufism, only in a negative light. Yeah, you know, that's something I noticed about, you know, Muslims is real. They, like, they're a lot. I mean, like, it's just something about the way, you know, like, Muslims is fully prepared to kill each other, man, over, you know, a little small discrepancy in how they see Islam, man. You know, like the Sunnis and the Shias, you know what I'm saying? And then you got some branches of Islam that nobody likes, you know, like the Ahmadiyas. That they speak of each other like they don't even exist. Remember Saeed was in here acting like this, like the Shias don't even exist? Juan Jamel said Yaqub jacked the teaching already there and started a new system. Yaqub was in Egypt and went to Canaan. Supreme Man said, I'm reading a Sufi book off and on now. It's like the Kabbalah signs to Judaism. Very interesting. It does promote a higher consciousness than regular Islam. At its core, it's religious though. New Black Order said the Muslims read a Sufi written Quran. What's the science on that, New Black World Order? The Sufi written Quran. Kareem said they reject Sufi because Sufi deal more with science and mystical aspects of Islam. Yeah, what's the science with that? That's how did the Quran come to be written by Sufis? Oh, Yusuf Ali is a Sufi. Yusuf is the second one, right? Muhammad Ali is the Ahmadiyya in like 1920, and Yusuf is the one like in 1930, like he's in the like 1934, like around the same time as the lessons. That's what you're talking about, right? And I said the Arabs don't teach you that in the masjid. Yeah, you know, I never knew what Yusuf Ali was. I knew Muhammad Ali was a Ahmadiyya. And where he's from, Yusuf Ali. Where are the Sufis mostly? Kareem said Yusuf Ali translation is the most standard. He is not Sufi at all. Yeah, I did know that he got the most. I mean, yeah, he's the widely accepted one. Muhammad Ali is the first one. At least he's the first Muslim to translate the Bible in America. So New Black World Order and Born Jamal said he's Sufi. New World Black Order said both were Sufi. So the Sufis is related to the Ahmadiyas? The Shia Muslims been around a long time. Yeah, the Shias, they had a discrepancy. The Shias felt that the line of succession should go through Muhammad's bloodline. And the Sunnis felt that the line of succession should go through the people who walk with Muhammad. And so they had some type of, I don't know the language, but you could tell by the language. Like, see, the Ayatollah, that's a Shia term for their leaders. Oh, Born King, I was pronouncing it wrong. It's Mulana Ali. That's my bad. Supreme Man said there are even different forms of Sufism. Once you put religion in it, somebody gonna alter it for their own personal reasons. Black people got too much damn religion as it is. Old Dog circa 1993. Born Jamal said the Nubians are connected to Sufism. Hey, Allah said you just shed light on the Sufis. Jasim said Ashura is a whole thing. What's Ashura? Kareem said no, Ahmadiyas are their own school of thought. I don't even think they're allowed in Mecca. Yeah, nah, I don't know if it's that deep, but yeah, nah, they not. Allah said Ahmadiyya Muslims believe that Jesus is in India. They're the founder of the Ahmadiyya movement. I'm not all that well versed with what they saying, but he's supposed to be somebody who came after Muhammad. Like, he's supposed to be somebody that came after Muhammad, and he might have been saying that he was like the new Jesus or something like that. And so yeah, they consider him shirk, or the other Muslims. You know what I mean? So I doubt he could go over there. And he was from Pakistan. But actually, I think he the geographical area is Pakistan, but it was still considered India at that time. New Black World Order says Sufism had to go underground among the Muslims. Yeah, so they got you know, there's one, you know, how many people have seen the matter of fact, Supreme Man sent it to me the other day, but I had already seen it. How many seen the there's a video on YouTube with a black woman who is a part of the Ahmadiyya movement, and she's pretty much claiming credit for the Ahmadiyya movement for being the real source of Elijah Muhammad's uh being the real source of Elijah Muhammad's knowledge. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was saying. If you know, like the Ayatollahs and the Muftis and you know they got a little different names. You know what I'm saying? If you know, yeah, Mirza Ghulam, that's his name. New Black World Order said Abdullah Yusuf Ali, CBEMA, was a British Indian barrister and scholar who wrote a number of books about Islam and whose translations of the Quran into the English, all right? He Kareem Mercer Ghulam Ahmed made a book, and if you believe in Jesus existed, you should get that book and read the scholarship on why he says Jesus went to India. Even Quran said they killed him, not referencing Jesus. I said that's a fact. Black people do have too much religion. Yeah, that's one of the things, man, too. Where it's like they became more they adopted it. It seems like in a stronger way than they adopted it in a stronger way than even the Caucasians. And who was the guy? Who was that first guy that came over here? That was the guy that wrote the Quran, the Muhammad Ali guy. Born King said, aren't they the ones who the NOI tortured and murdered in Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's rest in New Jersey? Yeah, I don't know. Like that was some crazy stuff that I never really looked into that, and I always wondered what happened with that. Because I never knew um what kind of Muslim Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was. Ashura is a holiday commemorating the martyrdom of Hussein ibn Ali. Shia Muslims left him out to dry during the Battle of Karbala during the transition from the Umayyad. And who's Hussein bin Ali? He's in the Shia side or the Sunni side? get into the details now. I know that all of this happened after the first four caliphs. You had the first four caliphs, and then whoever was going to become the next leader, they had a dispute. And that's when it broke into Shias was the people that said his uncle and then his daughter and whoever was related to them should take over. And the other side was saying, nah, the people that walk with him should take over. 793rd said it was the Philly Junior, Philly JBM with Kareem's crib. Yeah, I don't. Allah says, see, when the translation of the Quran comes into play, that's where they lose me. Oh, Hussein ibn Ali was the grandson of the Prophet Muhammad. So he was the actual person that they wanted to take the throne. Oh yeah, Ibn Ali, because Ali is the uncle, right? Ali is the cousin. Right, right. Hussein ibn Ali is the third Shia Imam. All right. And so why the Shias left him outside? And so what is Ashura? Ashura is like some kind of atonement for doing that? Muhammad said, 3 generations after me will be no longer of me, and this is still true to this day. Master G said Ali is the nephew of Muhammad. Supreme Man said, no, it was Mars 27 in Philly, not the JBM. The JBM was a product of gangster Muslims from the previous generation. I went to college with JBM affiliates at Cheney in 1988. Read Black Muslim Incorporated. Yeah, that Philly Mars. Yeah, Ella, I never knew what kind of Muslim Kareem was. Jasim said Ali is the son of Muhammad's daughter Fatima. Jasim said indeed they beat themselves and bleed for leaving him hanging when the stuff went down. Ali, Usman, think Abu Bakr, some other ones. See, Abu Bakr, I think, is on the Sunni. He's on the Sunni side, to my knowledge. 793rd said I went down to one of them Cheney parties in the 90s. Finally, after hearing about them for months, days, and years. Topless magnetic peace. Born King said the Philly Temple is number 12. Master G said Fatima's sons were Hussein and Hussein. Allah said, yeah, I remember them talking highly of his grandson Hassan and Hussein. Supreme man, you don't want to get 793rd started on back in the days. 793rd. Yeah, Abu Bakr is one of the rightly guided caliphs, but I'm saying he's from the side of the people that walk with him. The people, the people that became the Sunnis. They was, you know what I'm saying, Abu Bakr was their mindset was that the people like him that moved with Muhammad should have been the ones to take over. Boy, man said I tell him all the black man is God. See how we've been all over. Actually, right now, I'm learning. I'm learning right now. See how we went in. We brothers teaching me Quran in here now. We started out. I just came on because I was doing some experimenting, man, and then some I seen some people came on the live, so I just came on. Alright, so I think we're getting some clarification here. Jasim said Hussein ibn Ali, not just Ali. Actually, I think the Ali you're referring to is Hussein ibn Ali's father. 793rd said, flashing back to them Bill Power days and the Bill Cipher, all the scattered influence, good and bad and all that. Allah said my brother was locked up with one of the head guys of the JBM in Philly in the feds. Ali ibn Abi Talib. Oh, that's Hussein ibn Ali's father is Ali ibn Abi Talib. Question for the brothers in here that seem to have a lot of this knowledge of that classical Islam, right? Did Muhammad teach Bilal and Abu Bakr, or did Bilal and Abu Bakr teach Muhammad? to you know the point I want to get to is Muhammad is Islam an African science, right? That Abu Bakr and Bilal brought to an Arab, or is Islam an Arabian science that an Arab passed on to some Africans? Topless Magnetic said when Muhammad died, what happened was those Caucasians that he allowed to come amongst them took over. Those are the Sunni Muslims, the one they call pale Arabs nowadays. Allah said, Quran is a pastime for me, but you can always learn something. Father, you said this is above my head, Allah, but I'm doing the knowledge. Jasim said that's a good question, God. I think what's your brother's name? Black, the brother with the African flag, with the red, black, and green. New Black World Order. Let's see what he said about this. Pierre Teller said Islam is the original man's nature. Supreme Man said legend says Muhammad bought Bilal as a slave, and only through Bilal was Muhammad able to go into Ethiopia. Bilal was the first to call prayer, allegedly. Kareem said Islam is Afro-Asiatic. Brothers always want to play the separation game. Arabia used to be Africa. Jamal Gray said Bilal was the first muezzin or person to call Muslims to prayer. Now, I don't mean in terms of separating the geography. I'm talking more in terms of the Nabatean tribe. Yeah, I deal with some meditation, but I don't, praying. Yeah, I guess I always had a hangover from that, from Christianity. That was one of the things that I never understood how to pray. Like when we should go in front of the thing, when you go to church and you gotta go up to the altar and you gotta pray. I used to be asking other people like, yo, what you saying? And then they'd say, yo, I'm asking for people to be healthy or whatever. And I used to ask them, like, well, what he saying? And he'd be like, you didn't say nothing. So I'm like, yo, I don't understand, man. Like, why is we all doing this? Ain't nobody got this thing figured out. So I guess just the term itself probably throws me. But, yeah, I deal with meditation. Has anyone ever seen a 5% praying? Yeah. Kareem said those are Africans. You mean Bilal and Abu Bakr? But they say the real truth is that an Arab received Islam from a black man allowed after he went to Abyssinia. Abyssinia is Ethiopia, right? New Black World Order said, I don't pray for what, my G? 793rd said used to be asleep on them pews sometimes in the Catholic Church. John Sim said it's probably like Yakub. If you think about it, religious Islam is based on original knowledge the same way Christianity is. hmm But I'm just saying, like, look, not saying that it's not a certain amount of allegory involved with it, you know what I'm saying, and that it's not a deeper meaning that we could draw up mentally. You know what I'm saying? It's not a deeper meaning that we could draw up mentally, but I'm saying, like, if you just look at it, like, you know, you was, like, he's supposed to be some kind of orphan or something, right? Muhammad? Like, somehow his, you know, he's a little bit of an outcast from his family. And then all of a sudden, you start hanging out with these brothers, and then you come out with Islam talking about a little angel told you. One King said Islam is definitely African influence. Sudan and Mecca is separated by the Red Sea. Ethiopia is next to Yemen. But you gotta remember, Arabia started out as a colony. Arabia was a colony of Ethiopia. Saturday Night Third said, as you did, took it very personal, not seeing all the hocus pocus. No cloud angels, no sky giant, no direct line of communication after all the cartoons, exclamation shows, propaganda in Sunday school. Yeah, man, y'all BSing all the time. And Allah said, me personally, I don't pray, but I think deeply and meditate from time to time. Well, look, you know, when we study in the lessons, you know, that's a meditation. You know, meditation is just focusing the mind. Right, India was a colony of Ethiopia too. So this is what I'm saying. Is Muhammad a Columbus? Like, did he discover Islam, but you found the brothers here? that was you. You found the brothers here that's been here for thousands of years. Golden Arm said Muhammad is an idea. Yeah, that's a certain science too. You know, I never even got into that. Does anybody on here know what is the source behind people saying Muhammad is white? Like, it was something I heard and I just let it go and went in and out the other. Jassim said meditation and the science of breath are deep sciences to get into. Allah said, yes, Abyssinia is Ethiopia. It was an Ethiopian king over there that they say had the Islam we have today. Mm-hmm. 793rd is finding lost things under the couch. At somebody else's house too, right? 793rd. You find the lost things under the couch at somebody else's house. Born King said that's why Islam has no birth record. Golden Arm said Al Nuri. What's Al Nuri? Allah said pretty much that's how it went. See, I said Muhammad took a culture that was given to him, made a religion out of it. Supreme Man said the oldest religion is Ma'at. Oh, Al Nuri means the light. Kareem said Islam is a religion now, of course, but the people who wrote the Quran, Prophet Muhammad, with 5% is not 10%. It corrects a lot of Bible. It was bought for humankind. He nationalized, Golden Arm said he nationalized behind what we call Islam today. Jassim said, how does the nation see the study and practice of Kemetic science? Kareem said, Ma'at and Islam is one and the same. But you know, these religions, right, that we discussing right now, until Supreme Man just brought up Ma'at, right, are the Abrahamic religions, right? Who is Abraham? Golden Arm said, now Cypher, but I like that you optimistic. New Black World Order said the Quran failed to correct the mess called Bible, not even coming very near correct. MF The Truth said it always bugged me out when I went to Mass in Catholic school that behind the seats had pads for kneeling on your knees. Never sat right with me even in 6th grade. God Bill, he been at the Jet Cyber board doing the thistle, huh? Jassim said a Canaanite from the land of Ur, which would mean he should have had the knowledge. Shia said all those religions are made up, every one of them, for the sole benefit of the people who came up with them. There is no freedom in religion. Ham Kim is black. Now, getting back to the question, the brother said, what about Kemetic sciences? That's from a different time and a different place. You know what I'm saying? So, like I told you, man, when you dealing with the sun and moon having attracting power on our planet, you know, the time and the place is important. You know, we the 5% of this poor part of the planet Earth, so we can't apply everything. Like, see, when they doing their symbolisms, right, with their animals, you know what I'm saying? That has certain meaning. That's a certain code. That if you not from that place in that time, you know what I'm saying? Like when you say practicing it, you know, I see it all the same as the 5%. If you know, even if you're gonna deal with that, you gotta deal with it 100%. You gotta deal with the kinetic science and the Brownsville method. You see what I'm saying? Trying to understand it from the outside, from our point of view, you know, I don't know how far you gonna get with that. But back over here, Joshua said a Canaanite from the land of Ur, right? Now, where is Ur? Supreme Man said the religion of Islam is a manifestation of all religions that preceded it. My eye can't be the same as Islam because it preceded it by thousands of years. God Bill said that's a Snapple fact. New World Black World Order, Abbott is 1221. All Masonic 12 plus 21 equals 33. Shia said the year 1 is 1964. Anything before that is dead. He Kareem, Quran is a better book than Bible. The messenger always said, but it should be read under the guise of 120. He Kareem said is Babylonian. Jasim said what would now be called Syria, also known as Upper Samaria. And so, from there, right? Joseph. It was something I meant to say, Joseph, too. I think it was something he reminded me of. So, getting back to what I was saying though, right? So then, from right? When he's in that's where he gets the covenant, right? That's where he receives the covenant, and then from where does he go? And Kareem said Islam is mathematics and mathematics is Islam. Are you saying my eye is older than mathematics? That's about to get interesting. New Black World Order said 33 plus 1 plus 1 plus 4 is 39. Old Testament 33